are them? Where's the official? What? I have 3 minutes. Twitch.tv.pavexile, right? Alright.
Dois trabalhos. Durante o dia eu era arquiteta, mas quando chegava em casa ainda tinha que trabalhar lavando os pratos. Que bom que agora eu tenho uma máquina de lavar louça para poder curtir bons momentos com os meus amigos. Não continue trabalhando depois do trabalho.
40 seconds. All good.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Let's go.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2,
Oh
the
no.
Third Edict.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other. But we endured. And we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand.
Oh, it's Ghost or something.
I open your home!
Fucking boss.
The true Wakura Makoi will rise.
What if... Wow. Fuck yes. Oh. Oh my god, dude. We have Act 4? Okay. You're good. Yeah, just to stop your face, of course. Fuck yes. Oh my god. That's the reason I'm probably not
Now,
playing
as you
WoW.
can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where ZD will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 PM Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama sees your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Halton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas, and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign, and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
Oh shit!
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger.
Very cool, man!
If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign. but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the Uncut Support Gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare, others fairly common. Some of them are build defining, others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer.
Mirage
This is a
Archer.
meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the three defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, Evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make Evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike Evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now, everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with one point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat, but unfortunately that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Yay! Fuck yes!
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with Armor Break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose. Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On Witch, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Let's see.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills, but I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Okay.
On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the Wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
That's going to be meta.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Okay.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills.
Oh, let's go.
One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too.
Okay.
Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a Frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a Lightning Flame Wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto-bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now we probably can't go through too many of these in the livestream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes, so for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes, like for the Gemling Legionnaire for example. You have crystallized immunities which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Fuck yes!
In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives, so we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Oh, that's great. Oh, fuck.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot. Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the Dark Necromancy, transforming them into Abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal Pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a Rogue Exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple Abyssal modifiers. Lichborn Exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an Abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Oh my god.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near Abyssal Pits are affected by the Abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging Abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete Abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic, so what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgle's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depths-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new endgame maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Farad'n Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal Vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. and each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Farad'n Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo-Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your warcries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Kosas. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Amazing.
Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs Crisis Fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from Citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity Fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those Citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned hollow palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
Oh.
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with Pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said Pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new Chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod, such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
Oh my god.
On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one: trade. It's finally here, the moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs. if you want. You can do that here on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you.
Yes, let's
As
go.
we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This
Holy
ancient creature has been
shit.
presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, Any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Do you see, Star Sun? I will 95% chance of not playing, will have this chance of not playing WoW because of this game. And because of WoW as well. So it's not even a question. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, give me a second.
Hello, and welcome back, Exiles. After a absolutely monumental reveal, we now have a suitably juicy Q&A session for you. Probably like 2 hours or something, so grab a cuppa, grab a snack and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. We need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of. You just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But it's what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well, because you've got all of the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the end game too. So the end game kind of sees a big expansion as well. It's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah,
and I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there. Like, this is T1, this is T2.
We did actually fully of every problem. And,
Yeah.
There were things in there like, performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual, game content.
I mean,
the
very one at the top of the list was, campaign is a slog, right? Like, that was the one that we were like, we've got to solve that. Things like that were just like, because we're really trying to be honest about, like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to we aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot, and I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's it's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like, we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible. But we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for Druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling. Right,
I mean, it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
that
class
is true.
too. Which
that is true. Every class is a step up from the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling
well, I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's that's kind of a pretty glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah, to be honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
would be
weird
when you think about
it.
Yeah.
It's real weird. It is real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got that.
I type it just to be sure that you would get
most likely be the sword one.
The message.
And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
There's not enough really guiding you. Like, the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like, I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because you know, it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where you know, we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
And
like
of course you got the league now in Endgame as
yep,
well.
and of course there's
It's
a
not-
league there too.
You know, the
Yep.
Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't
Yeah.
really a league.
Yep.
It's kind of
Yeah.
just like wasn't, you know,
Not a
not
full-fledged
what we've
league
done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people in PoE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, you know, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of endgame just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
So,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
for sure.
Like if a Rogue Exile's standing there, you get a special boss
Yeah.
based on the Rogue Exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed, but it's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas Tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah. Okay.
We, depending when the league ends, you know, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle the stuff in PoE1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the like core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do, but in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly
bit
like the
different
result
because it's
so
not a
much.
separate tree, and
Right.
that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt
Yeah.
like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but I just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the
100%.
040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded. And it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well,
the
that's
boss
what I'm talking
difficulty.
about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah,
right?
and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you even
some of them, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night, and thus it wasn't in the
Ongoing,
live stream
right
accurately.
now.
It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now, I wanted to change it so that you can get, like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even, the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But
with another list,
we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Dawn of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration, with the new unique maps, and even towers. I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal? Is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. Like I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well,
have issue
I
with
mean,
this
I
right
still
now.
want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
Yeah,
So,
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Like effectively, it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like, you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like, the reason you have random drops is because like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah, do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't, like, you know when it already sucks, as I said. Like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like, there will need to be some approach to solving the making it more controllable, like it, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is the this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just keeping, like, juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what it already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like, we did what we could, 100%. And you know, 040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's a, you know, an insane amount of content there. You know, it's We wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry.
Yeah.
These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. You know, it was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to Endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that like, okay, so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like, you know, like each one of them is like, you know, a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no like, you know, like different, there's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of like, you know, someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, you know, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a you know, a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with like 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, you know, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, you know, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for you know, just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, you know, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, you know, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, you know, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, like we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously, you know, something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something you know, you get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again, you know, it's just like a little bit like just, you know, you can do it, you know, at that point you're like, just get me to end game, like you know. Whereas when you're playing through, you know, the new acts, like it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and you know, still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and you know, it's not that just like, I just did this, like, you know, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. You know, it's like just too short of a time. Where but one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you know, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, you know, their kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's three of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other two. They always stay, you know, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because like there's different bonuses available.
Like the Spirit Draft comes from one.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, you know, like, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then, you know, like, who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then, you know.
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there. And that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, you know, the repetitiveness of it if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds.
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that you know, like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what stats they were?
Yeah.
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, you know, we'll still have the resistances that you got before. But some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all 3 of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, you know. So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that, you know, that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. You know, like the first area of one of them, I'm not gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, you know, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other 2 acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret-y ones, but...
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. Okay. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
maybe a bit of a discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Yeah, get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how, you know, we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
The all 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably. I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands, like, you know, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like a, you know, because...
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Yeah. Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, you know, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But yeah, later on there'll be that. the amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So yeah, we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
It's if it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, I mean, yeah, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like they're quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, whereas like right at end game you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple of weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But
like there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then you
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you can skip past them if you want.
We're a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills, you get animation cancelling, you got shield charge.
It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants, like, obviously you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
It's niche, unintuitive and whatnot. So like, there's a simpler way to now, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like
Yes.
you can turn a bit better.
Yes.
For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's
for sure.
Obviously dodge rolling is improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it.
So
because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, like you're just overall more mobile, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a thing, a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. We just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
And things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, we tried it. It works. That's really it comes down to, right? So, that as long as that's the case, then then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where, we're just, it's all just like, even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, having to think once in a while, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there is just that, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it, it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about.
Right, yeah.
But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like... okay, so you know... something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap, instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
That's like it's the sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason, because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like, you know, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the Warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the Warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because, you know, I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason, giving people, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element. So
Yeah.
you're never going to use cross element, right?
Yes.
Like you're never going to do it. So
Exactly.
it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there because
We merged and we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into
Yep,
single.
we
to
did.
single
So yeah,
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment
Oh,
for that
wow.
reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every
Holy.
single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And
so-
guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals because it feels, for the first time, it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is
Right.
mixing of the elements. It's
cool.
because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing
Right.
because of scaling. And
Yeah.
but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and we're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, like, you want to both have a I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and, you know, like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
Yeah,
happening
a
on
number of
bosses
the
and things
skills
like
have
that.
Yeah.
a bunch of shock effect on
Yeah,
it.
so effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it because the idea is that, like, you know, we really want to make
chunky.
sure that, you know, it actually works. But
Yes.
so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
like-
always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because, like,
It's just not enough. It just
You
wasn't doing enough.
yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah,
You're wasting
exactly.
time.
But you know, like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all-in on. Like
Yeah.
it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all, you know, a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like,
Yes.
if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's
Yeah,
called
like, as well.
flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher. And once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for
Yes.
the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which
not just
means
instant.
that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really, really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You
so
don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
So,
nice. It's finally a good solve for that instead of being.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a
thorn
disaster
in
for a
your
long
side.
time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
Yeah,
that's
let's
good.
be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a
sure.
while now. So
sure,
that's
for
just
sure.
going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill for that one we didn't. I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Yep.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes. We'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss. If the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses.
Yeah.
So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now. Because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss getting chunked
Right.
from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attack.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where you're like, let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then if you have staggering palm up and a temper spell, and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier, and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that well, first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, but would you use it on the skill, or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, we kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
That's crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
Sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever, for now it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
But also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for, there's this thing that does a thing I don't what is it called? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever. Google it.
Yeah.
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
Armor explosion?
Yeah,
Yes.
but yeah.
That's what it needs to be like.
No, but pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
I
Excellent.
remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this,
yeah.
so many people must be struggling
Yeah.
with this. Like,
Yeah.
I remember to build.
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, linear supports, and oh my god, there's
But
so much
also,
going on.
the linear
but-
supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they
Yeah.
kind of just go into the big pool of like, you know, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, you know,
Yeah.
potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the linear support things will end up probably being like, oh, you know, this build guide says, you know, this is the thing to use here, so and you know, and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that, you know, it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
There being so
yeah,
many
that's good.
options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, you know, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of
Yes.
your own self discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know
and-
about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like creates a build, even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options
well,
that are
ideally,
almost
yeah.
as
I mean,
optimized.
that's part of the fun, right? Like, you know, over time people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like, you know,
Yeah.
there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's, you know, like, I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. Which is, there's not many
Yeah.
games like that really that still
Yeah,
kind
I
of have
don't
that
really
situation.
think I get that as much from Piri 1 anymore, but
Well,
Piri 2
yeah,
is
I mean,
getting that,
I guess
feel.
so. I guess so. But I mean, look, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens, you know?
Yeah, I guess so,
yeah.
for sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6-link and how hard it is to do that and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that like was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good like way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay,
So
yeah.
in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
Official term.
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the kind of the idea is that it's like, you know, we're getting rid of the crap you don't want and kind of like making higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
that's so good.
And we're actually we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the high, but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
You can cube them down, right? As
you
well.
can
So if
down
you're,
cube.
like,
You can't up cube. You can
if
down
you're like
cube.
SS, if you're SS,
yeah. So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if
into-
you're an SSF and you're not
Yeah.
getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier
then you
ones,
can
and you
put
don't
them
need
down.
them for your gear, downgrade them so they can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. You know, like that's the
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's
but-
more about the greater
more
one going into the other ones.
exactly.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like one 6-link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5,
Yeah,
we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we
guaranteeing that.
significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 021.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit of a different
was a
experience,
decent time into
Yeah, yeah.
02, the 02X, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, like the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and. Is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those high stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 02X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in PoE 1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only, the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
So
access, okay, it's
we went back and we were like, I'm just in a -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 02X change, to be clear. So that was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also, inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually, what we've done is taken all the wand, staff, skills, and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques. You don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're gonna get this like you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus
on.
exceptional.
And the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have
immediately
been reasonably
got the
effective.
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh, cool,
for those who were at the OG or the second Exile Con. So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and
there are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover. Just balance things and stuff.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit. But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementalist, it seems.
Every class got changes. I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one that we were like some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one.
Yeah. So effectively you get
So
now
those
there's
aren't
effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in
have,
mind
like,
we've sort of
different effects
rearranged everything, right?
different-
Because we've got things that level up. So effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
Yeah.
I
It's
really
cool,
like
more powerful.
the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
Well, like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then end game for essences. So like there's a lot of you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels in general?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling.
Yes, they fixed
around
this.
the place. Obviously not on the sword.
They mentioned several times.
I mean,
Everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were. Changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit, so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end, based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for Leech applying to Elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some Leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with Leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with. to at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously, so that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable, and all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have all that, and I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like and I'm still doing far less damage than whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now.
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have this system. Let's just bloody get it done, so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like trading. We don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test. Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available, at least. And then, like, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving the map. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as you're first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that, like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like, you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear, like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of, well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like, high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because, that in order to be able to flip items, you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can, it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low.
You said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I asked you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like, seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, it's
you end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot lot for a botter, but it's
yeah, well,
not
exactly,
much for
right?
A
it's a
player,
lot for a botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit
like-
earlier in the game, this a little bit different because you want to make sure that you know that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So you know, it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, yeah, that's kind of the goal. Just to it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you know you still actually.
Like that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, I mean that is the
gold.
part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But yeah, like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So yeah, normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time, people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that kind of created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like you know, that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So you know, like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items and you've got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
so popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance to
can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining. Remove
then
the
remove
item.
it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. But you know, we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you know you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that
repricing. The bait and switch
repricing
is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5c.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But
5c again.
On the other hand,
still want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to
I
learn.
know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like a bigger fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind of like presence of
they get to check out your kind of like garage sale that you're going on.
I love that.
It's also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so.
We're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little, trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have like looked through a seller's like other listings But now, like, yeah, a lot of time I'm just gonna go there and buy the highlighted item. But
Well, like,
I'm gonna be
if they were
curious,
silly
what's
enough to
that?
sell it for that cheap, what about their
What
other
are
items?
their other
But also,
items,
but even stuff like
buy
the
5 things.
even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
tab,
it says,
yeah.
So you're like getting the nice
Oh, no.
organized organization and like colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can, you know,
people's ASCII art.
yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez.
what
Okay. No,
items are-
I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately. So,
probably should.
yeah, yeah.
Point, sure.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
What have I got? What do I get?
Before work, go run to your
Yeah,
computer,
what
just
currency
quickly
do I
log in,
get while I
and,
was
and then you
asleep?
get nothing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah.
Like hideouts
Yeah.
are doing it too, like just browsing what cool items they got.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, oh, it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well,
Like,
thankfully,
you can't
we're
go back
in-
now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept,
Yeah.
it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And
Yeah.
also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE2 before we look at putting it into PoE1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for PoE1, and like, so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But like, I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE1. Like, there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It'll have to go. But
No,
but at least
will.
we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to. Before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
Ultimately that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately,
Yeah.
yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's
Yeah.
already stuff that
I don't
honestly
know
goes on with there.
That
So
really changes too much,
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah.
yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
Right.
how this kind of stuff plays out.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the
yes.
deterrent,
It's-
right? It'll
yeah.
stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to
Right.
be able to do that. And
Yep.
often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and
Right.
low margin trades delete your gold. So
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
And
So there's less incentive to flip.
another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh, well, tier 1 uniques like cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation protect, like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you'll actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note.
There's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in PoE1, I imagine.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right. So
okay.
you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward
Yeah,
too. I
yeah,
think,
exactly.
you know.
Well,
Currency exchange is for fungible, stackables,
Yeah.
Stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So
Yeah.
it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like
Yep.
those sorts of items that are a little bit variable but
Right.
might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there.
Yep.
So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
people bought stuff.
Yeah.
We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over? or-
Yeah, we did. So you can
Okay.
convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot
was
of
available.
those long-term PoE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So yeah, you can fully just convert them, and that is
Shop
why it's
with,
also
like,
just as
10
important to work in PoE1
quads?
because your micros are shared, right? You're not.
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience because, like, the typing, like
web is
just web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So like, if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have
huge
something
for
in game.
console.
And well, here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
like,
a little
console controller, typing text with the console control is just fundamentally crap, right? So like, like typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these searches.
It's true, it's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that like it isn't quite
there's
done.
a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
it is a feature that we
it's
will
in
do.
progress.
It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can like push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess. Yeah. You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, yeah, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but like there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like it's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously are a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
yeah. Another question here is like, when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they multiple. It is technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Very cool.
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better.
Yeah.
In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift. And things are looking pretty good, but still more to do. But that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer
life, yeah.
to deal with that. But yeah, the hopefully the full OS freezes will, like, we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the
60 different classes
E
and
servers and
uploads
things like that
races.
have been
Right, so that's the other thing, of
getting
course, is
hammered.
all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. Like, yeah, it's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
we made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things like in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby, and overall things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, like it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
You feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay.
If you want to try to play PoE 2, there's going to be the launch by the 29th of August. It's going to be a free weekend. You have 3 days to play, right? Because the early access is paid right now. And the game, when whenever it releases, is going to be free.
We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So, but then at the same time, like, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So, I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization and this stuff. So
is it
we'll
something
have to
you
see.
want to do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes. Like we'll have to see for that. But yeah, like, it's, to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like, it's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Maybe like a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you've literally
then they literally won't. So,
I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but sometimes like something that's so important.
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of purchasing. Once we have an in-game searcher,
I wouldn't have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like you go to this site and do this.
But also, if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
But for purchasing, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that, because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE 2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of Apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like, there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing, is like that exalt exchange rate would be the...
I'm curious from your perspective, like, when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue, and why? And
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques, maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE 2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got the exceptional items too. Like, maybe divines become even more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. But I don't know.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
so that'll sync a few more exalts that way, and so I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, so when you look at the umbrella, you see 969, and you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena, and it's like, that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess, most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like, every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like, it's nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like, at least if you to be able to quantify it as like, I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
You still, at least that feels like something.
You're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1, and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about, like, so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like, I don't know, use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would
an
think
awkwardness.
Ange probably would let you. I think that would work.
It'd be cool if you
use
could
the currency exchange in the other person's hideout. It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I actually genuinely don't remember if you can use other people's ones. But there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, we can make that work.
I feel like that'd be good if not. So
you can make it work.
Might be just
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do that.
Just as you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can. I genuinely am like, have I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout.
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
we moved it to her. Yeah.
And are they both the long neck boy? Or wait,
no.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to identify.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
That's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the endgame now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns. I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it.
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
for the first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But the subsequent playthroughs you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise you have an advantage over new players. Technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
In the same league. Yeah. Per league, you have to. You have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000 or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we
Spectral
did
Throw?
Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone.
50,
Maybe Spectral Throw.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Or something like that, yeah.
It was like, so maybe...
So we're not
one or
quite
two-
there.
one or two other times. Not quite there, but obviously
It's
that's
just as bad. It's just
that's
as
the
bad.
extreme
To be
end.
fair, that's... Oh, I'm only counting one class there, actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes. So, maybe it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true.
Yes.
True. Well,
So-
either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult
And
thing
I
to
just
do.
the mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get
they-
crucified for them, absolutely crucified. Like it's
If you get on it fast
if you get
enough...
on it, yes, you have to get on it so fast basically to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can
invested
find it, but
themselves.
if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and
Right,
everyone
right,
starts
yeah.
doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend. If certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I, and stuff like that, obviously we'll support other people forward. Like you get our staff are playing and all that. So like this stuff does get around and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like look at all of these bad builds. Like why? Like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less. And over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, but it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a Lightning Spear this whole time and doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have.
That's terrible.
And so making it that you don't like, if the worst was only slightly worse than the best, slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful. You're just not, it's it
I feel like
or
a
can,
complete idiot.
then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when someone. But when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to re-roll, you're just like, well, that's demotive. Like I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that. We eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible. Make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really. And yeah, keep you don't bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf despite not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell
Yeah.
because at the point where like it's what
Until
Mark
it's
said
too far
earlier,
gone.
like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't like by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items.
Yeah,
they've invested their
in
wealth
stuff, right? Like you
and,
can't,
and now you nerf
it's
it.
like
and,
you have to make the call before that point.
and
It's tough.
you drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the
Well,
fact
literally all of them will.
yeah.
Probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way
they won't
necessarily,
feel that
right?
way.
Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like,
I
and
hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
Kiwi one went through the same thing. Still happens there
I
as
think
well.
part of the
Expect
thing
to
though
go
is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the like disparities were.
Yeah.
And so, like, I feel like as more information is there, like, people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Yeah, exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it a little
Quantifiable.
bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially when we had because like early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening. Yeah. So, but yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
Yeah.
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 With your 1500
That
crit
restores
multi.
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh
Right.
no.
Yeah.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class or even across classes? In some case, where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds, where spellcasters are doing it. Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the scale to in-game? But, of course, it also has, is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Right.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then? So you're not kind of, like, feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I
or
mean,
something like that?
as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing
it's a
here,
tall
right?
order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like
early
with
on.
the monk, for
Some
example. You know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind
Right.
physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes. And so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played, and why. Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes. not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. So that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's a kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, there's like so much going on there though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day because trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of like defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's when we were looking at like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part.
Smith of Catava was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and thus go Smith of Catava. So like, well, hold on, we need to make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Catava to get the insane high max res. That's like, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence and use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this.
And next in the triplicate then is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life, and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it, but like, again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like, you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay, like, at least not from our end, so making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean, before that it was Grim Feast, and so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, it's not.
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like, where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be
I
really
quite enjoy
rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff
It's
in
just
the past.
you
or
get into
whatever.
the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only
Into
increasing
tax,
your energy
yeah.
shield but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, as much as armor has its disadvantages, the warriors are rocking around with double the life of the other the average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way just predictable.
It's
huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes,
Yeah.
but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? And you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
There was
we've got
discussion of
deflection.
that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both.
enough,
And you
yeah.
get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways.
Yeah.
We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, that's great. And with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
And good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a
Appreciate
specific
that.
goal, and we kept getting stuff like
Suppression. Ugh.
it being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in PoE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day. I guess.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression
Yeah.
dead. Just hold on. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like, you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next
I mean,
PoE2
we're
for
definitely
the end of the
going
year?
to hit those deadlines. Like,
Right.
there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are
However,
resolute.
it's certainly like it's certainly hard to get to meet them. Like, it's difficult. But like, it's so much better to commit to the date. And just make sure.
It is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time. You need to make sure, okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right?
Yeah.
That has to happen.
Yeah.
Otherwise you don't get enough time. And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so yeah, you have to at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. So
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
what isn't right? It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon. But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there a plan for that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Any chance we get mercenaries in PoE 2? Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon, I would say. That's more
it
of a
seems
later thing, I would say.
Later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's skewing how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts, the mercenaries. They do a lot of things, curses and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in PoE 1?
Well, I mean...
as allies, in many ways, yes. There's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about, PoE 2 context, but there are some problems of... I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE 2, they wouldn't just be recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
Well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just what is this ruckus going on right now? So there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE 1 or when, but there would be things I would want to do, because I would say the combat of fighting them in PoE 1 is not meaningful. It's very much who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So, but overall pretty fun. Overall pretty cool. Big change.
Very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE 2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. I would say that kind of thing comes once once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that.
8 years or so maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, we're not too far away from that being in a much better state, but these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a rower mount? Does the rower sprint?
So there actually was a plan for that, but
the rower is currently it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster. It slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
Not slower than normal run speed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. To
the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more competitive. So that it is more competitive.
So rower is faster, yeah.
But you can spec out. You can I believe spec out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes. So it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You'd teleport and start sprinting the same way that you
it won't. I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards. I believe
if you sprint, blink,
am I wrong about that? I feel like I was trying this literally yesterday.
What do you mean? Sorry.
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go re back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work where if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah, no,
yes,
that's how it works.
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it,
down, you blink, you go, you sprint. That's
you know,
how it works.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, yeah, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances? That's something you had to-
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and frost smooth.
no.
brains.
You resist first and then you mitigate.
I
with
don't
armor.
remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way
It's
around.
the
I'm
one
pretty
that
sure.
means the values have to be higher, so which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one, so because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's pre. You armor first, then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into playing it. Thanks for spending a solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A
nice long.
here. Very fun.
I'm very happy.
Felt like half an
Holy
hour.
shit.
So.
Yeah, so I
good.
feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating to me. I can't wait to see how
It was
that
our
plays
first
out.
Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes, at
That's
a
a big
preset
change.
time.
Yeah.
I think that helped. People went like, "Stop holding them hostage."
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you all for watching.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you, and thanks everyone as well. Yeah.
See you later.
All right, we have patch notes now. Do I read them now? I think I'm not reading them now. Or will I? Let me see. Because, oh shit, I want to. Oh my god, they're here. Ah. Yeah, I'm reading them. I'm so sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I'm happy that I can read them. But at the same time, I want to play the Subnautica. I have 9 days to finish Subnautica. I think I can do it. In 9 days. I think I've been streaming for 9 days Subnautica. I'm not sure. And... but that's a lot. Oh, okay, that's... You have the image here. With the... summary of these. Is to finish in 9 days? I don't know. So we have... the third edict. First we have Explore Act 4. 3 interlude acts. New league. New crafting system. 4 new bosses. Major rebalances. All classes buffed. Under 15 new notables. 12 new skill gems. Then we have multiple levels. Multiple copies of the same support gem. 40 lineage support gems. And much more. Asynchronous trade. Focus. Buy items when sellers are offline. Sprinting. 25 new endgame maps. New endgame encounters. Crafting changes. You can stop dealing and start going for depth. Craft changes. High tier currency items. Essence changes. New omens. Alright. Okay. I'll be playing with this girl, one version of this guy. I'll be making like 7 builds or something. Oh, I'm very happy already. Holy shit. I have the PoE 2 here. The PoB 2. I was like theory crafting here. Like you have, that's with the mouse. I'm fucked. Yeah, I can't, seriously, I can't have to use the mouse scroll which is broken in my mouse. To show the classes, yeah. Here we have the classes. We still have classes to review. We're going to have 27, man. Holy crap, that's a lot. We have the leech here already reviewed. We need 1 more sorceress. We have the 3 witches. We have the 2 monks. We have 2 rangers. 2 huntresses. We have 3 mercenaries. We have 3 warriors. We are going to get the new base classes. Fuck, I love this game, god damn it. But let me take a look. I think that's a lot to read, and that's I think I'm going to record this just like either tomorrow morning or something. It was nice 3 hours for this. I'm gonna go to Subnautica. Let me change the title of the stream. Alright. Now I have to change on YouTube. I'm doing this double stream shenanigans. Where do I go for them? Okay, here. The mouse scroll being broken is terrible. Alright. Time to go to Subnautica. Let me go to the bathroom again and then I'll be back. I need some water as well. Kitchen, I'll be back. It back. So I killed every Leviathan with 200 hits. Now I have the Drake, the Drake Leviathan, Dragon Leviathan. I am at like 60 hits. And then I was very tired yesterday alone in the cold and darkness because nobody was watching me, but that's fine. And I went to sleep.
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Yeah, here I am. I am in front of the beacon that I named Lava Chasm. Santa was not here. Nobody. No, Star Sun was here. The warrior Star Sun was here. I came back here. I have to go kill this Leviathan. Fucking Leviathan. Or else I don't have peace because he killed me. I hadn't even seen him and he fucking killed me. Alright, so it's that direction. Let's go again. And this fucking Leviathan keeps entering the wall. Where? Where the fuck is the Leviathan? If after 200 I don't kill this Leviathan, then yeah, I'm gonna go and try to explore. I don't know, I don't wanna get caught by surprise and then get killed. Again. And also, to come here, I need a moon pool.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
The moon pool, can I have the reinforcement? Lithium titanium. Lithium titanium. I need to bring shit to here. Do I have... I don't have the lithium. I don't have anything here. I used everything to build these things. So I'm out. I'm gonna bring shit here because I want the prone down here, but I can't just leave the prone here because it's going to fucking explode. So I'm going to get out of here with the prone, go grab some materials to make a moon pool and also reinforce, right? That's what I wanted to see. And that together, wait, maybe I can get these materials from here. Oh, okay, quartz. I can't. The fucking dragon will just come and fucking obliterate me. So the mission right now is kill the dragon. After I kill the dragon, I can start to think about exploring or farming here because the dragon he fucking shoots a machine gun of fireballs from his mouth. I was going to ask if you have played this and if you have killed this, but you never played it, right, Santa? You only watched it. Am I correct? Maybe I'm speaking to my monitor again. Where the fuck is this motherfucker? Haven't played, okay. So I measured that the Leviathan, the one that is transparent in the depths, is 200 hits with the Fury Knife to kill. What of this one? Is it 202? Oh my god, get out of here. Where the fuck is this Leviathan? Oh, there it is! There it is! But it's far away from my base, that's not good. Shit. I want to explore this, but I can't with this guy alive. I can't. I had to bring him closer to the... Fucking hell. I have 2 of insanity to poke it 200 times. Well, do you think I'm going to come here and keep dying? No, I'm not going to do that. Oh, I didn't even breathe. Alright, so it's to the southwest. Just go directly there and try to poke it a bunch more times. How many seconds of oxygen do I take to get to him? So I don't die from this shit. That's like 20... I almost died already. He swims so much faster than me. I don't know where the base is anymore. Northeast. The base is to the northeast. The base is there. I didn't even poke him, but he almost killed me. I can't explore this guy here. I just cannot explore this motherfucker here. Because you're a sitting duck. There's nothing that's like you can do that dodges really. And because it's so hot, you also get like fucked. He was just here, like very close to me. I want to play this game hardcore. I really enjoy this game, but I want to finish it first, right? Outside of hardcore, obviously. Let me see. What do I have in my inventory? You know what? I'm super afraid of coming here without a moon. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I'm going to come back with moon pool and reinforcement materials. Since I killed the Leviathan that was here, which is a big one, I'll leave the Cyclops here. If it explodes, I'll make another one. Oh wait, don't I have material? Maybe I have materials here. Wait.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
I have a bunch of materials, but do I have materials for the moon pool? The moon pool needs lubricant, titanium ingot, and lead. I have the lithium for the reinforcements. Zero titanium. I even have table coral. I have the recharging battery there, down there. Another question is, can I go up? Maybe I can't. Maybe I get trapped. Oh, by the way, I have the titanium here, but wait a second. Can I... Do I have room? I have room. Let's type the titanium. Right here. We have the titanium right here. Do I have lubricant with me? I think I might have here. I made a bunch. Because I need lubricant for the... Wait. The moon pool is lubricant. I don't have lubricant here. Why don't I have lubricant here? I think I didn't put... Oh, I have lubricant. I have lubricant. I have one... Do I have... I need lead. I have the reinforcement. I need lead. I need lead. I don't have lead here. But there's a bunch of shit here. What is this? Titanium. Copper. Titanium, titanium. One of the questions that I have is, am I going to be trapped if I go down there? Because I don't know if the prawn can come all the way up. Also, I'm with a lot of damage. If I take another hit of those, I'm gone. That's it. I'll be a pussy. Yeah, I'm a pussy. Of course I am. Titanium here. More titanium. I need the one that gives you fucking lead. Use the grapple. Okay. Maybe the grapple could do something, right? But I'm not sure. But I know that I'm not going to explode. Yeah. At least I know that. Be a Spider-Man, sure. Dude. Oh no, yeah, there's this area here, like it's in between. Of course. I don't know where's my place. Oh, there. Cat woke up from a nightmare.
Quem foi, amor? Quem foi? Você tá aqui comigo, amor? Com isso? Você tá aqui, amor? Né? Ah? Você tá aqui, nossa.
And the cat woke up from a nightmare. I was talking to her. Wait, can't use here. Interesting, but I can't use here. Ow. Okay, I have the reinforcements. Now what I... Oh my god. What I need is the... Oh yeah, I have the battery. Let's recharge the battery.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I took more damage, man. Fuck me. So, in here, I need lead. What is that? That's lithium, right? Silver ore. Okay, silver's good. Get away from me, motherfucker. Silver is useful for many things. Dude, I'm killing you with the fucking drill. Fuck you. The prawn is with 15 damage already. 20 damage. Damage. Storage has no room for this item, really? Already? Quite fast. What's this? Oh, this is all silver. Cooked red eye? What? Did I not consume this? Oh, it's rotten. Shit. Alright. So I need more to make... Okay. The titan... I need lead. I need lead to make this moon pool. Shale crow. Diamond. Nickel. Diamond. I find it. That's not the one that I find lead. Okay. What? What the fuck? Only uses 2 power cells. I didn't know about that. My mission is to find lead. Needs to be the intermediate or just finding lead. That's titanium, right? Titanium. Titanium. What is that? That is gold. Titanium. Quartz. Nickel ore.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, fuck. Okay, it just passed. It passed. We're good. Somehow. Gold. That's lithium, right? Silver. Is that lead? There has to be lead. Fuck yes. Where's the lead? Nada mão pro one little bit here. I guess you don't pick like this, right? Okay, now for the scanner room, which is what I want now, I need copper. I have table coral sample up in the Cyclops. I don't remember where I came from. No idea, actually. Yeah, this fucking motherfucker. Camera. Because I see the bases because I have scanner rooms. Afraid of this. It just instantaneously killed me. Let me try to find the other base. The base. I died. Don't be a pussy! Well, yeah, I died. Ah, shit. I lost all of those items, didn't I? Yep, I lost all of the items. Fuck me. But alright, it's kind of fine. At least I'm not playing hardcore. I need a med kit like here as well. Yeah. Don't be a pussy! Yeah, sure. Like the mechanics of this guy that like kicks you out of the vehicles and inflicts a shit ton of damage, that's crazy. So my base is to the northeast. I have to remember, my base is to the northeast. I was kind of getting there, but I died. And the things don't even drop, they just get deleted, right? Wow, I'm still far away. I was far away. To find that lad, I was far away. Dude, don't fucking spit on my face. Oh no! The things are on the ground! Okay, that's new mechanics, I didn't know about it. Interesting, is everything on the ground? Alright, I don't feel too bad. Like, touching him inflicted so much damage. Look at my life. Just touching him. No! Just enter it. Northeast, let's go. What? You didn't know you dropped the stuff? No, I didn't know I dropped the stuff. You know that's the first time that I'm playing this game, don't you, Santa? How many times have I just abandoned tons of stuff? I don't know. What I know is that the scanner would find from time to time things that I wanted just scattered on the ground. I didn't understand. Now I understand. I dropped them. That's why. I am... Yeah, my base is a little above, I think. Yeah, there's my base right there. I have the moon pool now. I will have. I need another titanium bar? Ingot. I need more. 16 damage here. What?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
64 life? Holy shit. It's weird you can't repair the... I'll try, because I tried one time and it didn't work. Let me see if it works now. I want to repair this thing here. Safe. Oh, I can. There was probably a bug. Okay, now I'm safe. Alright, we have the moon pool. Now what? Okay, I have the moon pool. I feel a little safer. I need the scanner now. The scanner... For the scanner, two copper, 5 titanium, gold, table coral simple. I have the gold. I have 3 titanium, 4 titanium. Oh my god. I don't have the copper or the copper or the table coral. So let me get the copper and table coral. Are you satisfied now that I'm going deep? Because that's the answer. Like, something is in 1,400 meters. It's the last data that I read. It's contained there. Some shit.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I also need magnetite. 1, 2. Wait, wait. The upgrade for the scanner room. Interesting. The upgrade for the scanner room is copper magnetite. Alright. I have the full upgrade. Now I need... one titanium and the table coral sample, which I don't have. Oh, I have. I need one titanium though. Alright, it's fine. We're good. Wait. I think I'm going to destroy my base. I need more lithium. Need more lithium, more titanium.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I have the lithium. I'm going to reinforce first. Let's reinforce first. And then I go with the... I'm going to... Okay, now let's go for the scanner room. Perfect. Let's have some titanium now. What am I doing? I have a moon pool. Okay, titanium. This is pretty abundant. That's silver. Quartz. 99. I kind of touched the lava. Shit. Are you still working? Or are you clicking trees? I prefer that you work than clicking trees, to be fair. I was going to say play video games, but then I remember that your video game is RSRS, so go work. That's better for you. You need to work. No, stop clicking trees, Jesus. Or install Subnautica, or hey, go to PoE 2. I don't know if you want to play. Go if you want. Go to PoE 2 and like install it or something, because it's oh, I'm going to drill you. Yeah, I don't know if you are an ARPG guy. It's not for everybody. Also, I play hardcore, so I will be able to interact with you in hardcore if you play softcore, which is the right way to learn the game. I'm not going to interact with you. So there's that. I'm not going to be holding your hands, which I would if you would play hardcore, but it's going to be so oppressive to play hardcore that it's rather better that you don't play at all. This is one game you can play and make meaningful progress while working on doing all this stuff. Yeah, because you can play mindlessly. Yeah, you're describing PoE for me right now, too. Play hardcore blind the only correct way. Okay, I agree with you then. If you are this much macho man, then alright. If you want to suffer this much, then go suffer. I'm not going to stop you. Okay, the question now is, do I have power for this? I have power for this, that's great. Oh, it's magnetites that I need. Ah, the upgrade. Look at the chambers. Oh yeah, my other base. Where is my other base? It's camera 12. My other base is 1 kilometer from here. Kind of the same depth. Great. I have just like one to this side, one to the other side. Where I am related to the chasm, I'm by the side of the chasm. Of the like the alien base. I'm on top of them actually. How the fuck do I get to them? Interesting. Since it has 900 meters of range, I don't get to see the other base because the other base is 1.1 kilometers away from me. Not even 1.1, 1.3 because this camera is closest, 1.3. So that one was already detecting these little, like these huge chambers. What the fuck are these? So okay, Kyanite, gold, diamond, lead, limestone chunk, nickel ore, ruby, sea dragon, leviathan. Okay, wait, let me read the rest. Kyanite, sea dragon. Yeah, I can avoid it. I can avoid it. I need water though. I'm fucked. Okay, the filtration system will consume a lot of power for starters. So I would need magnetite. I would need aerogel. But the water filtration system will solve my shit. I need aerogel. If I have the sacks here, it's going to be fine. If not, I'm fucked. Because I want to get some water. Wait, I have too much shit in my inventory, first of all. At least I'll be tracking this motherfucker. Oh yeah, maybe I can use this here too. Maybe not, who knows? Wait, what?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh no, I was not finding it. I have to go to an upper area. In fact, I think I can find above, right? Let me see. Let me go back to where the Cyclops is. And if I can, because I can see a bunch of rubies, but I can't see the gel sacks, right? Gel sack. What? I need 2 aerogels, so I need 2 ruby. Oh, this guy provides a lot of water, this little guy. Yeah, it's not going to be here. I can find the rubies here, but in the lava you won't find the gel sacks. Even lead. And I think I even have a ruby down there, but no gel sacks.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Yeah, this guy, what? Maybe I find these upper areas here. No. They're not even areas. I can't step on anything. Normally these gel sacks are like just sitting, so they're not like stuck like the rubies. Sea Dragon Leviathans being detected. 1.6 kilometers is the moth, sea moth. Pretty sure I can't get to it. Okay, I'm afraid of being without water. I'm going to go back to a place where I can find the gel sacks. Let's do this. The Cyclops is here for this. Seriously, man, this game is amazing. Holy shit.
Engine powering up.
Let me see. Let me just localize myself. There's the base. The base is right below me. The base where I have to go is backwards. Can I just spin? I can just spin. There. Dude, this vehicle is so fucking cool. So cool. Amazing. All I need is a gel sack. And I'm going to be ready to go. Hey, these have don't. Tell me if you see one, Santa. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go all the way back. I can't swim this much. And although things come slowly, the Cyclops is pretty fast. It's really fast, actually. Really fast. not paying much attention to screen. Okay. Great. Oh, okay, this hit. Yeah, there's my corridor here. Yeah, that's the spot. Yeah, I can go swimming from here because I have the base there.
Engine powering down.
You know what? I need lights. Mostly just listening. Okay, so do you want me to sing? You know how I sing. I sing very badly. So I could sing and just expel you from the stream. Oh, shit. No, wrong way. I have the breathing room there. I created a little breathing room. Because yesterday I bricked my gameplay. I almost quit the game entirely. You were not here. Star Sung was here. He helped me actually. I died down there. And I had to come back. But to come back I couldn't. So I had to make this. Yes, I want to see how did you
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I had to make one of these. I have to disassemble partially my base to then is it parked there? Yeah, I can go there. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I just need it. I just need this. Also, to have another power source. Yeah, no, yeah. The second aerogel and the second. Yeah, just I have to find one more and I'm good. Do you understand how I bricked it, or do you want me to explain? I died, but I died too far away from anything. My base was too far away from anything. So to go with the Seaglide, from one base to the other was unfeasible. So I got fucked, and then I decided to disassemble partially my base and reassemble in a spot just like this, but down there, so that I could have like a pit stop to then continue, and that saved the playthrough because I tried twice and I died twice. So I died, tried getting back, died, tried getting back here again, died again, and I'm like, fuck, yeah, this is over. Wait, did I have the sack in here? I didn't need to do this. I had it in here all along. I had it in here all along. Okay, distractions. I didn't need to come here. I had it all along here. The bases do be helpful. Helpful? What is helpful?
Engine powering up.
Do you work like you type? Oh shit. Oh, I hit hard. Help. So yeah, I died once, then I died twice trying to get back to the game. And I almost quit the game. I'm like, yeah, I bricked it. But I could actually get back to the playthrough by just disassembling partially my base. And that worked. Wait. No. It's... there, right? No. There, look at the okay, that's the actual path. Yep, and I'm like, I'm not even playing hardcore. But I bricked. I can't progress. Fuck me. So yeah.
Engine powering down.
Heavy with me. Let's go. Keep switching the battery because the Sea Glide is basically a battery charger with the fins.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So any magnetite. Did I have magnetite here? I had. Did I have? I think I had in the Cyclops. Oh my god. Terrible. Drink water. That's my last water. So I need magnetite and copper. And titanium, of course.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online. Cat. I basically step into the lava when I get out. Now I need titanium.
I need another room. I can't using either of the rooms that I have. Fuck. Right? It won't go. Shit. At least I made the other reinforcements, so it's all fine. Is it? It is. Okay, titanium. More titanium. See, I take 1 damage every time that I land this shit. I should wait. Titanium lead. I don't even have this much titanium. I have 0. I have some lead, don't I? Yeah, I have. But let me put away these things. Have more. So I need lead. Mostly titanium. Mostly titanium. That's what I need. Titanium. Okay, I don't need the lead. Let me just do this. I mean, the lead is right here. Come on. Right in front of me. Okay, now I need the lead. Wait. Really, I can make here? That was the whole point. Come on. I don't want to be landing on the lava every time. Okay, forget about it. Alright. Oh, the power is not enough? Maybe it's not enough. Do I need a third one? Holy shit, maybe I need a third one. Maybe I need a third one, Santa. It's not going to be enough. I need more magnetite, more aerogel. But I think that's about it of the magnetite. I don't have any more. Not here. I'll do this now while I'm still alive. I have more aerogel in the Cyclops that I know. I don't know about the magnetite. But maybe I could scan and find it. Because I need this water and salt to be produced. Not even the salt, just the water. To explore this, like, I feel safe about exploring it. I'm not even playing hardcore, but survival is almost hardcore, so yeah. I can't be dying of thirst in the middle of an alien facility that looks to be fucking enormous.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
I need magnetite. I don't have magnetite. Shit. I have the aerogel, but not the magnetite. It works for the scanner now. It's a good thing the creatures, not even the big ones, destroy your base, or else I think this game would be a nightmare.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What did I come? Oh, the scanner, the scanner. We don't have magnetite. Fuck me. God damn it. We have limestone chunk. Shale chunk, which gives you diamond, lithium, and gold? Yeah, no magnetite. I'm going to have to go back for more magnetite. But let me see if it is going to glitch. Yeah, it's going to glitch. The power is already at 64. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay. What can I do? Wait, let me make this error do at once. It will glitch. So I'm just gonna go there. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's grab this magnetite Cyclops in the other base. I don't even know where. I don't know. I think it's going to be in the... Wait. I have to... Do I have to use the mantis? The prawn suit? I think I have to use the prawn suit. I think I have to use the prawn suit. God damn it. Yep. Because magnetite's going to be in the areas where there's that acid, you know? So there's that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, time to try to go back up to the Cyclops the first time. Oh, I came without power. Oh, well, already got fucked. Really, motherfucker. He hit me, the piece of shit. Okay, I have to find a spot where I can... Not here. Was already a failure. I have to repair anyways. See, the base already glitched. I need his water, man. Yeah, I need a lot of power for the water filtration system. Just drains your power. Yep, and then this happens. Fucking shenanigans. Is this? What is that? I don't know. No, okay, it was doable. Very easy, actually. I'm not even entering the Cyclops. I'm just gonna go like this. Because maybe right here we have it, but right here we have these pools. And then I have to look it up. Wait, is that lead or magnetite? Lead? Lead, okay, lead titanium. Since that's the mission, we are not going to be drilling. We're going to be picking. It's a little punch or picking up. That direction, right? Let me see. Okay, it picks up. Nice. This is... Shit. I still want the... Okay, so this is lead. can't see. So shallow, I can't see. Yeah, this is going to be lead again. I don't think we have those things of magnetite, right? Yeah, lead. What is this? What is this? This is lead. I killed two Leviathans, the one here and the one there. Maybe this greenish area. Yeah, that's where I found the magnetite the last time. A bunch of it at least. That's lead. Copper, gold, lithium, copper. I have to go to like this. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going to this tree. It's not the tree. Okay, there's this thing. Found one. No, that's lithium. Shit. Really? I'm not going to find anyone? Zero? What? That's lithium, I think. I don't know what this little thing is. Oh, I came back. It's the other direction. Fuck. diamond. Okay, maybe I find here in the last spots, or else I'll just pick up water there and then find the magnetite, because I'm going to be needing more water. Do I even have power here? I don't. This one is on bioreactors. Since this is in bioreactors, I think I'm just going to...
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
What if the machine container is not empty? Yeah, I'm not going to have this here. Because it's the bioreactor that is going to fuel all this. There's the power cell here? What is this power cell doing there? Lubricant. Okay, not bad. I'm just going to... I just disassembled it and I'm going to pick it up somewhere else.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Back to it. Oh, that was quite fast. That was good. Oof, okay. Operation keep up. The game would be more than done if I didn't have the need to look for food and water and oxygen. But that's the game. The whole game is this. If it wasn't this, it wouldn't be Subnautica. I don't think so. Right? Santa said that most people play survival, and it makes sense. This game is not made for hardcore exactly. It's kind of bullshit, some of the deaths that I had. It's definitely made for survival. The design is fully on survival. Fully. Yeah, half the stuff is made to help you survive. Half the game will be
Welcome aboard,
survive.
Captain.
That's the same opinion that I have for hardcore in PoE. Like, why would you play PoE? Oh, I disassembled the water
All primary
thing
systems
there.
online.
Not necessarily. It was not the water that was the problem. It was actually the magnetite that I never got to. Mistakes were made. Let me see here. How do I do this? I don't.
Emergency power. Power restored. All primary systems online.
Wait a second. Let me.
Warning. Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Okay. Now I will have power. Because the thing's not consuming anymore, right? Yeah. Wait, what? Okay. With this I can fabricate shit. Oh, is this not connected? Don't tell me this is not connected. How is this 49C? This is literally on top of the lava. This game sometimes, this doesn't make any sense. I think this guy is not connected. Which does make sense, but let's check that out. I'll try here. There's some jank for sure. $50 on top of the lava. And is this not connected? This is weird. This is definitely weird. No, it's charging, it's connected. What of this one here? 33 and 9. No, one of them is not connected. This is weird. What? Let me see. This is confusing. So we have here that one is not connecting. Why? I'm googling this. Hold on. This is bullshit. Yes, you can. Two thermal planes not working. Why is my thermal plant not working? Like 15 meters below water, just build solar panels. There's also way cheaper, reliable. People some reasons choose bioreactor. Most energy source is very low. It doesn't really sound nice. That's why we build most, of course. But even then, suppose the gen is just far away. I can't really tell much from the but some the power transmitter have always been wonky, especially when loaded as saved. That said, I don't think that's your issue because the power lines seem to be up. Confirm that they're wonky as hell. I've beaten the game 3 times, tried power transmitter each time just to see if they're being fixed, but they still need to demolish and rebuild them every time and load a save. What the fuck? Video cuts. Why? Who builds energy so far from the base? Just build a bioreactor. Keep bulbos near mine. Use a growable plant like marble melon. And then way back. But please make a rebreather. First of all, answer the P question. Someone with 700 plus hours in Subnautica, 9 completed runs speaking here, so consider my opinion very much fact-based and reliable. At the very start of your video is clear visual that the power beam is not entering your base, but rather ending at the tip of the power transmitter. Thing is which is counterintuitive and barely explained anywhere is. You do not need last power transmitter in the chain. Equals closest to your base. Should in fact not be touching your base or simply not built on top or any base part to proper to be trimming. Should be near base. Wiki says 25 meters or close. So that last beam is between that very between and closest base part. Happen here is 99% or on game reload or getting back from far away trip when map chunk with your base was loaded again to memory. Power beams was rendered but backwards. That is, power is being transmitted from your base towards thermal plant. Yep, sounds dumb, but game is bugged as fuck despite all the dev efforts. Basically, the only workaround that is described is above. Do not build less PT in a chain touching base parts, just nearby. Wait, during rendering, power beams has only one direction to render, happily the proper one, giving power to your base, not taking from it. A few side notes regarding power, since earlier comments here have full respect to Mason on this consideration. Was the only true forever free power there is. Yep, by all practical means, nuke plant with even one rod provides more than enough power for even megabase, but it's horrible buzzing noise renders uses for me. Yeah, I know, but it can build one buzzing noise? Okay, so I'm going to try some shenanigans, and let's see if my shenanigans works. I can see the transmission here, right? It is transmitting, but I can't see here. So what we are going to do, I'm going to check. So the power is 58, 59, okay. Then I'm going to build it like here, right? A little further. With literal lava falling on top of it. So it's not transmitting, right? So now I need gold for the power transmitter, right? Is it gold? Gold and titanium. I have some gold here, I'm pretty sure. I hope that I have gold. I don't have gold. Okay. I'm trying some shenanigans. I have to do it while I'm still not too thirsty. So we are going to look for gold. I don't remember now where I found some gold. I think it was down there. So let's go down there. I remember up and down, but I don't know where. I just have to... All of this just because I want reliable source of water, because I want water to go... I want a bunch of water to go to the alien base, and that's not happening. I don't even know if it's any big, but it's a big squared area. Is that gold? That is gold. That is gold. That is great to have gold right here. Let's go. Cat. No room for this item. Okay. Give me my gold.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Do I have titanium here? I have titanium. Now I'm going to make a transmitter. Okay, to be fair, this needs to be closer.
Warning, emergency power only. Power restored. All primary systems online.
I'm going to make it closer because this is not hotter. 50C, this makes no sense, but okay. Ow. What? This motherfucker almost killed me. I think it's close enough, right? Ah, now I see the lines. Now that I did some shenanigans, it definitely worked. I think, I hope. I think the energy stabilizes. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I lose water even I have cured food. But that's okay. So let's spend my salt.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, the power is still going down, really? Oh my god, man, that's fucking terrible. Okay, so the power is still going down. What I need is that fucking magnetite to make the other thermal power plant. God damn it. It goes down. The second one, I think it was connected all along, but... Okay. I'll wait for it. See, it's draining slowly, but it's draining. I'm making a fucking bioreactor. Fuck that. This way I will have charge up to 1,000, and all I need is to collect fish. Dude! Just catching up on PoE 2 review. It's like a new game. It's like a new game, man. That's what I told you. I'm not going to be playing WoW. 99% chance I'm going to be draining all my waking hours in PoE. Those guys have been exactly, they have been cooking. Yes, they have. What the fuck, man? Dude, I just saw a bunch of... Oh, there they are. It's PoE 3 low. Bro, how do they put out more content than WoW? Dude, I'm not even going to be touching WoW. I don't think so. There's no way. I'm not even touching WoW. I'm not even seeing the modifications. I don't think I'll be touching WoW. It doesn't make any sense. The developers of WoW need a beating. They need to be beat. Oh my god, dude. Wait, I want the cured meat. Dude, I was blown away. I was blown away. You can see my reaction if you're probably watching the live, but if you watch my live, you are going to see that I'm in tears at some points, and I'm completely blown away. Like, what? What? It's just insane, man. It's just insane. Okay, I have 3 cured of these little things. All right. How can they do it? How can they keep delivering this, right? That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm waiting on the water. I have 1 here. I want... Okay, I got more salt. I'm going to prepare more. 1 more. Do I have more quartz? I'm making another hatch. I'll find some quartz. Yeah, it's going to be by the Cyclops, I think. Like, they basically remade. You are absolutely correct, they made PoE 3. And wow, it's just stagnant somehow. With like 25 times the budget. It just blows my mind. I think what they have is this fear paralysis, that they have too many clients at this point, and if you do a tiny bit adjustment, you are going to like piss off like 350,000 people, and then lawsuits and like it right? It doesn't make any sense that it's not that or something. It's crazy. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck, I don't have the titanium with me? Yeah, I have the titanium with me. I have the salt, but not the titanium. I'm almost dead here because of a fucking creature. Base hull is 0 now. 70%. Oh. Oh, 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 I fucked up. Shit. Huh?
integrity restored. Draining systems initiated.
What?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Wait, can I make the hatch like lower? No, it has to be like this. It's not going to be like this. I still need to. What? Seriously, dude. Oh my god. Ah, shit. Oh! It's fucking full. Oh, my inventory is full. That's the whole point. One entrance is the moon pool, the other entrance is this here. Alright. How the fuck do I do this? I think I just dropped things here. Because I wanted to remove this from... You know what? I'm not removing this. This has the lithium. No, this is fine. This is fine. The things are on the other side anyways. To be fair, it's not too hard. It's just dropping 2 pieces of gear here. Yeah. Then I can do this. This to change the locker from position, from this position. It was not enough. Okay. Let me eat. Oh, now I need... Okay. Alright, I think I'm back on track with work. Also, you were... What the fuck? Yeah, that was the whole point. It was unnecessary to have this there. Get back to what's really important, clicking trees. My God. Okay, I'm going to cook some of those guys. Oh, I have to get back my shit. Yeah, each one of them has 9 water, so you don't get fucked here. because it's really hot, so you lose water fast. That's my guess. Dude, I'm almost dead, this guy.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Yeah, the next water is going to take a while. I have 2 waters with me. I should be fine. It's time to go. It's time to go. Let's go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Wait. Sea Dragon Leviathan. I want it so that I get away from it. I can't do this. Oh my god, I forgot about it. I'm crazy. I forgot about it. Right, so there's this depth here. Yeah, that's not... It's because I wanted to come with this thing here, but I thought I could get closer. But the base is already kind of close, like really close to it. To southwest. All right, doesn't matter. This I don't forget. I'll wait for the next water. I'll wait for the next water. This is fine. I'll fish some more. Lol, fuck a pun island. What? What's this meant to be, Chop? I don't understand. Picture stream around 5 minutes 20 seconds. That is the name of one of the Karuya. Oh my god. Yeah, I saw there was a strange name there too. Alright, now I can fucking go. Southwest, right? Let's go to the southwest. I'm sure it's like Fakapuno, but it sounds like Fakapuno. Oh my god. The only thing that I have is damage, physical damage. I think it must be fine. Wakatana. It's probably Kiwi name. Okay, time to go deep, 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 deep. This is very big. I feel like I should be with the Cyclops here. Oh my god. Taking damage, fire damage. There's a base there. Is it working? I can't, man. I can't be here. At least I need to heal at least. If I want to try to get there, because I'm going to die. What is this?
I am what you seek. Want to help you.
Very slowly. Ow! That's the problem. Almost dead. Look at my life. Weird, am I right? Super weird, and I'm almost dead. See, like these guys, these teleporters, I don't know how to evade them. They just kill you. They just fucking kill you. There is all this preparation to be like with water. Doesn't matter. I need to have the med kits here, but for that I need plants. I'm pretty sure I need plants. Fiber mesh. I need fiber mesh for that. Fucking hell. I need to heal. And okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go all the way back to the fucking surface. I'm going to grab fiber mesh. And I'm going to stack like the healing kits. I'm going to have to use 2 to heal, but I probably have more there. I'm going to have like 4 spare here. Then I can swim in that lava and get to that place. Holy shit. If I don't die, right? So, you know what? It doesn't matter that I. It doesn't matter that I get the prone. I'll just use the Cyclops because it's safer. But to get to the Cyclops with the prone is a bitch. So just going to swim up and use the Cyclops to get to the base that has the sea moth, because the sea moth is faster than the sea moth. With the sea moth, I go to the surface, heal, get fiber mesh to make the fabricator here, and will bring all my stash of medkits here. Oh, she wants to wait. She wanted to enter, but she didn't enter. Enter into the top of the computer.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Now it's safer to go
Engine
the
powering
Cyclops
up.
here. What do you call? The prawn suit is safe. It's in a moon pool, in a base very, very well powered. The base is producing water. It's the bioreactor is super full of energy as well. Oh shit! I'm touching shit. Playing with my cat here. And Star Sun gave me the name for me to put in the what's the name? Prawn. It's supposed to be iguana. It's supposed to be neon green. That's the color. But I haven't had the prawn in a place with modification before, so I will probably just get materials to build one down there as well. Maybe, right? That is magnetite. I think I'm in the wrong spot. I am in the wrong spot. Oh no, but no, but I'm going to the right spot after all. I think I'm not caring anymore. I'm like, yeah, I'll repair. Fuck it, just heat everything. Just go to the place that I want to go. Going to the skill level systems of classic WoW. You have to stop comparing things to MMO's job. The precursor, everything was Diablo 2, not classic WoW. Classic WoW borrowed from Diablo 2. So the first one was an ARPG, not an MMO. So they borrowed from Diablo 2, not classic WoW. Do you agree? Since Classic WoW initially borrowed from Diablo 2, and PoE is heavily based in Diablo 2, and PoE 2 they are trying to go back to the roots and make more systems make more sense like Diablo 2. Did Diablo 2 have skill levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I don't remember. They had 20 levels for each skill. You had the skill tree, and each skill you could press more times to learn again until level 20 of each skill. I remember as a sorceress, everybody would pay warmth level 20 because it was your mana regen. Warmth, the name of the skill. Do you remember this? Have you played sorceress? No, this is not a skill tree. It's the same skill, just more powerful. I don't understand what you're saying, but I know that the modifications that they made in the PoE 2. I just watched the live a few hours ago. Yeah, sure. But that existed in Diablo 2. That's what I'm saying. In Diablo 2 we had 20 levels per skill, but it was not different levels just like PoE 2 has, like 3, 4 levels. I think it's 3 levels, right? Like in WoW you get Fireball level 1, 2, level 3, etc. Okay, in Diablo 2 you had 20. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Oh, shit.
Engine powering down.
Did I bring the battery? No, I didn't bring the battery. The power cells are down there. So this guy here. Where is the Seamoth? Is the Seamoth docked here?
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Okay, let me just put 2 little fish here just so that I don't have trouble when I come back here. 1. Dude, give me 1 fish. He mentions all the problems with the builds that I saw day 1. Oh no, come on, you didn't. No. Too much, Chop. Too much. I agree with you a bunch, but too much. Oh my god. So the game will feel much. Oh, the game will, now I agree with this. The game will feel much better. Fuck, it will. Oh my god, it will feel so much better. So no, yeah, I don't need more power. Fuck that. Let me just.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Go at once.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Now the Seamoth is the fastest of them all. I'm going to the surface to heal. Although if one of those creatures hit me here, I'm dead. But at least I'm not playing hardcore. And these teleporters maybe are going to be the reason that I don't play hardcore. Because it doesn't make any sense. They just damage you. Doesn't matter what you do. You can even see them sometimes, many times, to try to evade them. So yeah, I think I'm skipping this playthrough of hardcore. Although it wouldn't happen anytime soon because I have 9 days to finish the game. Maybe I finish the game today, who knows. But to play hardcore with these teleporters, that they just kill you like that, like you can't even, you don't have control over it, like that's, I don't know, too much. Like I said, the game was made to be survival. Santa, are you there? Do you know if Subnautica started with hardcore or added hardcore with patches along the years? It's an 11-year-old game after all, so maybe it was added. because started to be a thing, right? WoW Hardcore, like PoE, Diablo 3, Diablo 4. So yeah, Last Epoch, and then other games like WoW, and yeah, I think it was added. Yeah, so I don't think the game was designed for hardcore. I think the game was designed for survival. That's for sure, but not for hardcore. Because this teleporter guy, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. And you can't kill him. I tried to kill him several times. At least I couldn't kill him by trapping him and knifing him. He teleports away. I never tried to like pick him up and throw him. Or the torpedo. Never tried. Easiest thing to add, only one life. There's probably a way to deal with them. There's probably a way to deal with them that I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. So let's go. Oh shit.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
See, look at the bug. It doesn't. It works to repair this. The. See, look. It works to repair the prawn, but it doesn't repair the Seamoth. I have to get. That's what the fuck. Okay, I do it later. Hold on. And I will make. I will make another. Let me see. Torpedo arm. Propulsion cannon, grappling arm, wheel arm, jet upgrade, concentrator reactor, depth module. I'll just make another one of these storage module. 3 titanium, 1 lithium. I never have lithium, titanium here. Double clicking. Yeah, there are ways to deal with them, you just haven't figured it out. You just googled it, didn't you? Well, yeah, let me go, I need fiber mesh. Wait. What's the fucking... Fiber mesh, computer chip, titanium, silver ore. Alright. Grab one more of titanium. I can't have. Oh my god, what am I doing? Okay, 2 trips. can sleep. Nuclear reactor inactive. Depleted reactor rod. What? Alrighty. Cookaboots. Yeah, it's going to deplete. I need to make a nuclear rod. Uraninite lead glass. Do I have uraninite? I don't even know. I could use magnetite. Maybe I don't have. I have one. Is it? It's 3. Yeah, I'm not going to have it anytime soon. I'll just make another solar. Right? Quartz, copper. Do I have quartz? Holy shit. So much. At least quartz is very abundant near the base. Not here. Holy shit. deeper.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Yeah, it's growing now, right? 4, 4, 5. Yeah, it's growing now. Okay, instead of stabilizing, it's growing. That's better. I have to make the computer chip here instead of taking it there to make it there. So I need silver and fiber mesh. I have silver there. I have a shit ton of silver there. I just need the fiber mesh. So I'll collect the fiber mesh in my way there.
All systems online.
See camera. Deep 1. Camera. And 2. Yeah, I have to go to the deep 1. Because I have to have the base there. What am I doing? I have to make the fiber mesh. Because if I take it all the way there, this thing is going to rot. Okay, the silver is there. All right. Really? A lot of damage. I'm almost healed. I'm going to get there full. And I have 3 medkits with me here in the Seamoth. Yeah, the beacons are very useful, man. Or else you get fucking lost. This thing is hard. We don't have a map here. The UI of the game, the only UI that you have is your life bar, your how much you're thirsty. Wait, I'm lost already. How much you're hungry, and your oxygen. That's your UI. Nothing else. I'm in the wrong spot, aren't I? No, that's fine. It's another path, but it works. Wait. Okay, one. Yeah, it's... I can get through this side, right? I think I can. Just take a little longer. Go there. And I also just realized you can have as many Cyclops as you want. Cyclops army, let's go. Yeah, right? I could. Ow.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Those two fish, and the power is draining now, but it's fine. 0 to 113. Yeah. For healthy. Okay, I'll just grab a bunch of fish here. Dude, inventory full. Inventory full.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online. Engine powering up.
is so cool. The Cyclops is fucking amazing, man.
Added flags, emergency speed. Warning, vessel calibrated. Excessive noise, ahead standard.
Okay, I'm not going to try to go too fast. What the hell? Was it creatures? I don't think I hit anything there.
Engine powering down.
The door is almost full still. Dude.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh. Great. Another prawn. Oh yeah, let me get the water from here. See the storage now? Is it another one that is added? Is it bigger? It is bigger. Yeah. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. The organic matter thing was amazing. Now, sea dragon. I am okay. So, okay, time to go again. Southwest. I have life. I have a lot of water, a lot of life, and I have that key. Let's see if I can get there, take some damage from the lava, get to that place. There's an alien trying to talk to me. Let's go. Yeah, I can see the alien structure there. I'm taking fire damage. I can see some structures. I can drown. What are these structures? Can I enter? No. Don't think so. I probably can't enter there. $1,450 meters. I took 1 damage. I could have come here. Fuck! There is another tablet. Oh my god! I can't enter. All right, that's. I'm not defeated. I have to find out the fucking tablet. At least I can breathe there. That's great. Are you considered not burning to death? Wow, you're so funny. So, okay, I have to try to find the data for this. Is it in these things? Is it another one? Because there's a third type of tablets entirely, right? Like a bluish one. Let me look again. Let me look again. Yeah, I don't have this one. This one is like an H. It's the H tablet. structure. Sonic deterrent. Time capsules. As you're reading this, I'm very, very far from Planet 456B, lying on the seabed, slowly gathering coral. Although my life was on the line, I had a very memorable time, realized what a luxury the Aurora was. Day by day, I felt I was discovering more than conquering this world. It is unique and untamed. You must not show anything your fear, for they can sense it. Build a nice and secure base far from any leviathans and gather as many resources as possible. Nonetheless, I have faith in you. Signing out, Colby. I've left behind some rare items that I trust you use wisely. Okay. Data downloads, alien data, scan data, sonic deterrents. These small alien structures are emitting high wavelength sound waves which seem to be designed to deter indigenous life forms from approaching the larger facility. Alright. By that he probably means the dragon. I'll go around, I'll go explore. Yeah, that was the place that I was scanning with both bases. Fucking huge. You should play this game or something, it's very good. Somebody indicated to me and you see it's very, very cool. It's a cool game. You should definitely play this game. I don't think there's anything else. I just have to find the blue tablets now. I know these in Terraria are the two awesome games I haven't played enough. Enough? So you have played Terraria? I haven't played Terraria. Fucking blue tablet. Alright, how the fuck do I go for blue tablets now? The guy yesterday that was here that really tried to spoil a bunch until I almost like told him off, like, hey, don't spoil me please. He said that he was playing blind until he needed blue tablets. Now I can see the blue tablets, that's what he wanted / needed. Oh, so if I go there, okay. Let me go to this base that is closer. I'm taking a shit ton of damage here. Shit ton of damage? No. I'm taking several 1 damage. And maybe for this trip I should have the speed fins. So I change for the other fin. Sorry.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I think these cameras have like 300 meters of range, right? It's nice to scout things. Yeah, I'm already getting close to the edge of the 300 meters of range. Yeah, this is fine. Right here. You can see it. Very cool. Where is the Leviathan? So this tunnel. Now that I map it, that I went there. So okay, you have the structure here. Yep. Now the fucking blue shit just broke me in the bones. Going to leave some water in the lockers here. Need to leave. Do I have room even? I was too careful. Like I was playing hardcore, but it doesn't even matter because this motherfucker will kill you. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I'll be playing hardcore anymore. After seeing this much, maybe I learn how to deal with him. Like you guys are trying not to spoil me about like.
Captain.
Let me try something here. Because this one is more powerful. It doesn't work with him. Seriously. It does not work with him. Great. Fucking hell. Tentacle Voldemort is too strong. Yeah, I want my assault rifle that works underwater.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online. Engine powering up.
Let me see something. Lava chasm. Deep. Tunnel. Okay, just go forward. Let's go forward. I'm going to get out of this tunnel from other entrance. Exit from other exit, right? Doesn't make any sense that I see another entrance. So I want to find another, entirely another structure. Alien structure. This seems to be the one that gives the cure for the disease. Then I can make the other part of the Neptune and escape the planet. Assuming that's the plot. It's a fucking terror game as far as I know. No wonder. It's no, I'm not going to be shocked if I just die by the end, like lore reasons. It is almost the edge of the map. Now these drains, I think each one is what, 1%? Wow. Each one is 1%. There's a Leviathan there. This is something like, what is this radar thing? What is it detecting? Oh! Oh, a creature, right? It shows the enemies near you. I went to the direction of the enemy. Like, what is this? Not good. That's what it is. It's not good. This is almost fully west. Santa Mobile is deep down there. I'm not gonna go there. I'm going to just make another one, right? I think I have to have multiple vehicles. Or else I have to do like just like one very specific type of logistics, and that's like fuck no. What's with this base here? What's with this camera? What? Oh, is that the base 2? That's the base 2. Yes. Let's stay here for a little while. Oh, fucking creature attack. Yeah, that's the problem. I can't just stay here. I'm going to be attacked by a bunch of them. So if I come without the Cyclops, I can stay here. Like, I'll kill how many? 10? No, let me just go.
Warning, creature attack.
Still. Can make music with this. God.
Engine powering down.
Forgot the torpedo. Torpedo, no, the decoy. The sea moth is titanium ingot, glass, lubricant, lead. I'll make another one.
aboard, Captain.
How do I need quartz? Oh, it shows the camera 14. Oh, I can go in all of the 14 cameras? Seriously? Really? Distance 1,300 meters from here. Oh, I can't control from here, right? Ah, it's... If I had the... Oh, that's very cool. If I have a chain of scanner rooms, I can traverse the whole map with one of these cameras. Understood. Alright, let's look for quartz, because that's what I don't have. And I also don't have titanium. I never have. I have a lot of kyanite. Just in case. Yeah, I never have titanium. I never have titanium. Oh, I'm the fucking drilling arm here. Fuck me. Shit. I put away this. And this. That egg. Let me try to understand. I completely forgot that I had a weird egg here. What creature is it? Is it that one? This one? It's this one here. It's this one here. Yeah, it's this little guy. Yeah. Let me enter scan this motherfucker. Cuttlefish. What the fuck? Emotional connection between living creatures is an essential component of psychological health. Say following simple commands in addition to assessing the emotional state of individuals around it and responding in kind. Behavior, life cycle. What? The fuck? Can I pick it up? Is it like a pet? Can I pick up the others? I can. Interesting, because they're tiny here, right? In this little aquarium. Alright. Oh shit.
Warning, emergency power only.
I need to make the other rod. This is happening at night in the main base. So let's organize for the rod. Organize for the rods. No, I don't really care that much. All that I need is the Uranite. Uranite, and then I'm good. I don't have it here, do I? No. So in the lubricant, the lead. The titanium and the glass. Oh, and I forgot to put this here to power as well.
Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Wait, so... Oh no, I'll pick the dead power cell to make the other CMOD.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
I need quartz. I need 4 quartz and lots of metal. Rack. Solder quartz. By the way, I need to track also the blueprints of this engine efficiency, storage, perimeter defense, and sonar, and the upgrades. Let me see what there was. Maybe in the kitchen. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. Some sound. Dude, what the fuck are these quartz? Sorry. Oh, I'm stuck. Yeah. I remember that I died like this once. Oh, my life is draining. Do I have 4 quartz yet? 3 quartz. I need so much more. I need 8 quartz, not 4. Yeah. Just become vegetarian. Sorry. I need 5 more quartz and so much more titanium. What? Okay, I need 2 more quartz. Right? No, I need more quartz. I actually need 2 more because of the enameled glass here. Right. So let me fix this. I could find a titanium, but yeah, I won't find them. But I have all the quartz. Oh, I probably have some shit in the Cyclops. Let me check. I'll go check.
aboard, Captain.
Five glass. Now I'm gonna check the titanium. Wait, I have to put something away. Yeah, let me go to the Cyclops. Oh, the prawn suit is right there. Okay, put it back.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Alright, let me see if I have titanium here. I probably don't. Out of quartz. Wait, what's this? Cyclops docking repair. Lithium, silver, copper. Lithium. Yep, no. Titanium time. I need one stalker tooth anyways. For the enameled glass. Yeah, found it first. I'm going to fight titanium because I probably dropped somewhere some titanium when I died. See, there's titanium there. Kind of far away. Yeah, I can find the little ones that I dropped here and there. I need silver. I don't have silver in this base, so I have to look for silver anyways. get pissed. I think that's all. We have one more. Great. Sorry. Unpowered. Oh my god, of course.
Warning,
Ah,
emergency
shit.
power only.
Okay, I'll leave the power to come back as I will go to the... Chips. Maybe I just make a thermal plant. I don't know. I have to wait for the power to come back. Titan air jump. Maybe I don't have more rubies here. Rubies. No, I have rubies. In 5 hours, I'm going to be 41 years old because I was born 5 a.m. according to my mother. 1,500 kilometers from here.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Yeah, that's the stamp. That's either nobody or not many people are watching. It's fine. I'm going to make the sim off to prepare the exploration for tomorrow. Alright.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It's already destroyed. Oh my god. Before I end the stream, I'm going to make this one the Star Suns. That's going to be the iguana. The neon green.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Iguana. Let's find this neon green. That's the iguana. It's cool. It's cool.
All systems online.
Alright, now let's make the other upgrades. Oh, wrong way. Tune. Wait, I need the silver. The whole interlude design with auto scaling is the way they should structure more of the game. What I found fucking awesome is that they made the interlude to be disposable as a campaign thing, but permanent as endgame. That is very intelligent, man. I loved it. It allows for you to level through campaign in random different ways. Makes it also more dynamic. Yep. Amazing, fucking amazing. I think I'm gonna go torpedo instead. On the Sommer. Huh? Right, instead of this electrified bullshit. No, I'm going to have the electrified bullshit. Can run the campaign in different orders while not out-leveling any errors you have not done. I don't agree with you in there's a linearity to the story until the end game, right? So it doesn't work like that. They made the interlude so that you can have any of the three in a kind of sandboxy way, just to solve a temporary problem as they don't have the Act 5 and 6. But you wouldn't go and have Act 2, then Act 1, then Act 4, unless you're not meaning this. So I need sonar anymore? Just very much. That's enamel glass. Magnetite. Rubies. And a bunch of lithium. For the plus tier, right? Yeah. And together with that, I also need the wiring kit. Is this correct? The shock thing. I think adding more interludes would be better than more acts. If adding more acts, they could be different campaigns altogether that end up at the same interludes that would make the game much more replayable. You still didn't address the chronology and linearity of lore, Chop. Your idea has potential, but it doesn't fit with lore and chronology. Unless, like, you have like an Act 1, but I'm giving an idea that you haven't given. But for example, you have the beginning of the Act 1. Premise. Poof, premise. Then you have 4 interludes. You complete in different orders to face a boss and go to Act 2. Then premise. 4 like something like that. But if you cannot just trump lore, or else you just enter in adventure mode of Diablo 3, right? Nothing against adventure mode of Diablo 3 was cool, but that's not what they intend with the campaign. Now I need titanium. That's what I need right now. 20 more titanium. Before I forget, I need a thermal power plant somewhere as well. But I need a titanium first. So I need this metal salvage. I need 6. Can I have 6? I can have 6, exactly. Great. Let's have it. Metal salvage. Remember they always said they were going to do PoE 1 and PoE 2 as super campaigns. They ditched this idea a long time ago. But I remember when they said it, and I was trying to find like a solution for the bandits, for example. I'm like, how are they going to deal with the bandits? Do you have like a bunch of quests or a quest in PoE 2 that gives the same bonuses as the bandits? Like you have the same choices? That's shitty. That was the first thing that I thought, the first problem that I faced when they gave that announcement. I'm like, how are they going to deal with the bandits? But then they ditched, like, yeah, whatever. So there were going to be several problems with that. Several. And I was trying to solve these problems in my mind, just like as an exercise, like how are they going to fix the game? And yeah, I can see now that they weren't fixing the game. They were just like, they just hadn't thought it through. It wouldn't be the first time they removed something. Okay, you have a point there, but anyways, we're not there. Like Masters. Yeah, like Masters. They removed that. Kind of. They repurposed that with lore for the Katarina, right? It's repurposed. Many lore systems have had retcons to make things work. Nobody likes retcons. The devs don't like it. The audience don't like it. Like, it's. I don't even like to hear this word nowadays. Fuck this. All the metal that I need now.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Using two of these.
Okay, I made a new, fully upgraded Seamoth. Now I want to make the thermal plant. Really? I'm still missing one titan. This is bullshit. Oh my god. Wait, no. Maybe it's in here? Oh, it was in here. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to have a thermal one here. Hit area. Yeah, just transmit the power here. Okay. Oh god. Let's not die. I died. What the fuck? I didn't know I was going to die. Oh shit. I think my materials are now on the ground there. Oh my god. Fucking bullshit. I didn't know I was going to die. I confused, like, down there in the lava, I was taking one damage. Yeah, that's why I don't play hardcore in one go. The first one. You go little by little. God damn it. I need more metal salvage because I need to transmit this power here. But I think I don't have power now. Yep. Oh, it's just some power. Okay. There goes my power. It's titanium gold, okay. Go down there. Yeah, I think it's powered down. Oh shit. Have 3 titanium, maybe that's enough to transmit the power. Gold, I need gold.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Really? Right. C. Let's see how is the power now. Maybe I just disassemble the nuclear power plant now. Yep. Oh, maybe I leave it because it has a large battery. The large battery. Yep. Yep. The fact that it is here is a large battery. To power, right? Now it's sustaining. Now it's sustaining. Is it because of the solar? That's weird. Oh yeah, I have to make the other things as well. Ultra glide fins. again, I don't have one titanium. Seriously, man? Seriously? Fuck me. Lithium. Silicon rubber. Yeah, I'm doing this, I'm going to sleep. I'm like... Or at least go for a snack and like brush my teeth, because fuck, my eyes are like defeating me. This is 7 hours, 34 minutes. Titanium. Alright, so I have the energetic and the ultra glide. More room, but doesn't matter. I prefer. Yeah, man, I'm going to save the game and I'm gonna go. I'll be here for a little more while. I'm going to make a snack and then go to sleep. But fuck, my eyes are defeating me already. Everybody in the live, Star Sang, Santa, Team Chop, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I hope it was fun and nice to know about PoE and shit. I'll be playing a shit ton of PoE in 8 days from now. I was born 40 years ago, 19 hours and 27 minutes. So yeah, I'll be 41 in 4 hours. So yeah, drink water, smile, be awesome. Goodbye, until tomorrow.